Loop. Okay. Whoop. Poppy Bros. Oh, I must have leaned on my volume button at some point. Volume in my headphones should not be that loud. Oh, there there were comic books made about Edward Scissorhands? Interesting. It's probably going to be like a 2 hour and change video coming tomorrow from Marvelous Long Reads. 30-minute long video, The Complete History of Pikmin 4 from Beta 64. I wonder if he's done the other Pikmin games. Now I need to look before I get Rainwave going. Need to rewatch the the Bubsy 3D video. That one was fun. Need to rewatch the Kirby 64 video as well. Okay, so Beta 64 did a 5-minute video on Pikmin slash Super Mario 128. But it doesn't look like he did a video on any of the other Pikmin games. It's probably me just being selfish, but I wish this guy did longer videos. Okay. Where's Rainwave? And Top Gear 2 is still in the game channel. The fuck is this song? Not heard this in Super Meat Boy. We did it. I forgot to close that. Get more human than human or get out. What's up, Firebat? Got Vampire Survivors on Steam Deck, but keep forgetting to grab my save file. Oh my god. That game is so much stupid fun. But like I was saying to Punk, we could just keep playing that game just forever. So I would kind of like to move on to something else, and I'm really hopeful that my computer can handle split fiction, because that game looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I am not sure that my computer is going to like any part of having to even present that game, let alone actually operating it. Been hooked on Rogue Legacy 2 for now. Nice. I've been getting started on a second playthrough of Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster, as well as Final Fantasy 4 Pixel Remaster. And I've already managed to get past the roadblock in that game. Every other time I've tried to play FF4, I've gotten stonewalled really hard by Bagan. But actually managed to get past him the other night. So now I'm at the magnetic cave, which means that none of my characters can equip heavy armor or use swords. So I'm not exactly sure how that area is going to go. Meanwhile, I have come to really, really appreciate how comfy of a game FF1 is. Yo. This is 7, right? Yes. Yang for the win! In Magnetic Cave, you... Actually, yeah, you do have Yang. Because you have Cecil, Sid, Yang, and... Tella, I think. I forget if Yang's claws count as metallic weapons. If they do, that's gonna suck. That's been the one fun thing about my second playthrough of Final Fantasy 1 is I'm using a monk. My first playthrough was 2 warriors, a white mage and a black mage. The second playthrough is a thief, a monk, and 2 red mages. Basically using all of the characters that I didn't use in my first playthrough. The one kind of confusing thing about FF1 is the fact that characters that are the same class like progress through their stats differently. Like, they don't level up equally. Like, one of them just ends up with a lot more health than the other one does, and the other one ends up being, like, really attack heavy. Really quite surprised at how quickly the thief got to be, like, incredibly strong. And every other time I've played FF1 with a monk, or the black belt, I must just have not ever gotten to a high enough level with him for his barehanded attacks to actually be as strong as they can be. Because I tell you, that dude punches the crap out of things. Actually trying to decide what I wanted to do for an intermission already. And I'm thinking about either a little bit of one of the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, just messing around and grinding for 30 or so minutes, or get back to another favorite, which would be Trip to Vinelands 2. So I was actually playing a little bit of that a couple nights ago. I managed to increase my personal best by 1 room. My previous record was 33 rooms. And then the other night I got up to 34. The hitboxes and collision in that game in general is a little bit of a question mark for me. Because it really seems like sometimes I'm walking around right in the tail edge of some of these buzzsaws and some of these spike walls. And then other times I'm like a step and a half away from them and I get game overed. Can't complain too loudly though, because TTV fucking owns. Well, I've got a little while before the race channel will even be open, so... And as soon as I say that, Firebat opens the channel. So let's get in there. Let's get some requests into Rainwave. Still have a couple left over from last time. We operate on our own time. That's right. Boy, my Play Next list on Steam keeps trying to get me to play Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Do I even have that? I do. Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy are a couple games that I got from my brother during some Humble Bundle sale, but I don't think I have those original files anymore. I think those might have been on the computer that went kaput. Well, thank you, but I'm good. I've got the I apparently do have Binding of Isaac Rebirth. I just don't think I've played it yet, which I need to. Out of all of the indie games that I got into back in that particular time period, Binding of Isaac was definitely one that I really, really enjoyed. Coup 5. But if I've already got Rebirth, then I'm good to go. And I do not ever plan on playing Super Meat Boy again, so that is right the fuck out. If I don't currently have a copy of Cave Story, I know I can still get that for free. Or I can play the version that I've got on my Wii. Because there's a homebrew version that I've got. Stop playing Isaac almost immediately because you could only shoot in 4 directions. Yeah, that's part of the challenge of it. As much as I gripe about certain games not having circular aiming, I don't really get that bent out of shape about Binding of Isaac. It's Realm of the Mad God at the time. Nice. Yeah, I was basically going after whatever, like, pixel-based indie game I could get my hands on. So yeah, there was some Cave Story. My brother got me Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac. That was when I found the version of Maze of Gallius that I ended up playing through. Because that's an MSX game, but someone, I guess, remade it to be a standalone PC game. Yeah, circular aiming in roguelikes is something you really do need. Of course. With the way that I've always played Neurovoider, I more or less depend on a big, ridiculous melee weapon that has a lot of splash damage. I just I need to play through that game without the melee perk so that I can actually like upgrade my gun past a certain point. Because that's always been the one drawback of my build. Is I take that melee perk, which makes it so that my character can only find new melee weapons. And that's so that I can continuously improve the weapon called the boom hammer. And the boom hammer is the coolest thing in that whole game. This is a melee weapon with a gigantic explosion attached to it. But since I can only find melee weapons with that perk, that means I have to stick with my pea shooter. And I can only upgrade that like 5 times in the shop. And that only gets you so far. It's really a build that works best in co-op in that game. Because then I can always depend on player 2 to have powerful guns. And then I'm the dipshit that gets to run right into a cloud of enemies and blow them all up with the hammer. It's the way I used to play Dungeon Fighter Online. Just run my character right into a group of enemies, grab one of them, and just drop them on their head, creating a massive shockwave that just does a ton of damage to all the other enemies around it. And then chain that into something else. Oh, yeah. I still need to see what's up with that game anymore. For whatever reason, that game just like it stopped recognizing my controller even when I was using Joy to Key, which confuses the hell out of me. It's like, but if my controller is doing keyboard inputs, how come it's not working? That game really is built for controller use, but you still have to end up using the keyboard and the mouse for a lot of stuff. Having to use 3 input devices to just play one game is a little silly. But the game just, I don't know, it doesn't feel as good when you play it just with keyboard. Also, how much shit did I just get before I even got Morph Ball? Holy crap. 8 out of 10 item rooms at the start, yeah. Wow. That's pretty ridiculous. More items! Oh, and I don't have bombs. We have Eticoons, but we don't have bombs. No, dude, get in there. I think this is the Etrian Odyssey game that I have. I have not actually turned on my 3DS in a very long time. So I tend to forget what games I do and do not have for it. Usually if I boot up my 3DS, it's to open up the music player and smash. Or Mega Man Legacy Collection. Boy, the day I figured out I could plug my 3DS into my car and have my 3DS playing over the stereo in the car, that was a good day. Because normally I just use that adapter for my phone, have that playing over the stereo. I was like, wait a minute, I can do this with my 3DS. I mean, that was the real reason why I was playing Trip to Vinelands 2 the other night, is because I fucking loved the soundtrack in that game. That's the, again, I think I've said this like last week, but that's the big difference between all of the TTV games, is the soundtrack. I guess the very first one, you play as a different character. I died. I touched Crab. Crabs do a boatload of damage. But yeah, in TTV 2, 3, and 4, you play as the guy in the business suit with the giant eyeball for a head. But he didn't have a giant eyeball for a head in the first game. And my TV just shut itself off. Well, time to make my television regret that decision-making process. Now I'm going to make it show me digital vomit. Oh yeah, so, I took an offhand comment from last week to heart, and I actually updated a bunch of stuff on my stream information underneath the feed. Turns out more um, I had more of my commands ready to go than I thought I did. Like, I thought I was gonna have to redo SM bad, but apparently that one's still good. The only one that I don't have anymore is rock, paper, scissors. But I actually, like, went through the list and was like, okay, no, we've got this one, we've got this one. The one thing I want to do with SM bad is include links to the wiki pages for all of the enemies that I have listed. I think I think it was just you, me, and Real Work talking about how we never update any of that information. But then after stream, I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna do this. And I think I got rid of all of the links to my speed runs. Because I had links to a bunch of Twitch VODs that aren't there anymore. And I am all caught up with uploading my old Twitch VODs onto YouTube. The only ones that I didn't upload to YouTube are ones that Twitch has lost. There were like 5 or so videos that Twitch just had errors with, and I just couldn't upload them to YouTube. And the only VOD that I'm keeping around on Twitch is my dumb you have to catch, or you have to find the chicken video. Alright. That's gonna crash my emulator. Again, whenever the HUD goes tan and starts scrolling like that, that almost always leads to a crash. Solid colors usually also end up in a crash. Ooh. Oh. Oh? I haven't seen this one before. That's the great thing about this glitch, is there's so many possible outcomes that you're almost always going to end up seeing something that you've never seen before. And it didn't crash the emulator. There's a screen within the screen. I am kind of curious if this glitch exists in the Steam version of this game. I don't really want to try it out myself, though. Oh, oh! An anime swordsman just cut my stream in half. There we go. Oh! The two opening frames of that are what I'm normally looking for, but things are happening. Oh my god! That is the quickest jump to the credits I've ever seen! Like, I'm fucking stoked that we got the credits, but I've never seen it jump to the credits that quickly. There's normally, like, a couple other things that happen. Like, when the necklace shows up, normally, like, the screen kind of has, like, a waving effect that it goes through, and then you'll see the hero, like, walk into a door in the background. But it cut out, yeah, like 3 steps. That's... Talk about seeing something that you've never seen before with this glitch. And we've actually got enough time that I'm gonna let the whole credit sequence run its course. Because there is a moment in one of the cutscenes where the character can get stuck. So we have one segment of credits, then a big cutscene, and then another segment of credits. Missed it as I was moving out to the garage. Well, long story short, the glitch like skipped a couple steps and shot me right into the credits. Again, normally there's maybe like 6 things that will happen while the screen is all corrupted. And I got maybe 3 of those things. And my favorite part about this glitch, if I did that exact same setup, I'd get a completely different result. Because this game is magical question marks. Again, Tassers have already spent a lot of time diving into the memory and into the code of this game, and even they say this glitch taking you to the credits is all down to luck. When Tassers say that something is down to luck, that's how you can tell that a game is made of magical question marks. Let's see here. Testing the glitch for the ending is definitely the most time-consuming and irritating part of the entire task. The plus side is thanks to some fixes in the more recent versions of BizHawk, it is far less painstaking than it used to be. Upon reaching the final room, you have a large number of theoretically possible glitch progressions, but at least one for each possible value of $00BB37, the timer for the torch flicker background animation. Upon pressing a button to advance past the first text box, the program will derail, eventually resulting in one of these outcomes, as far as I have seen. The emulator will freeze. The program will get stuck in an infinite loop branching on a condition that never changes. The program will get stuck in some other arbitrary loop that may or may not be infinite but can go on for several minutes. The wrong warp game end glitch will occur and the ending cutscene will play. Or the game will reset. I will continue reading that in just a second, because now we're getting to the actual cutscene part of the end credits here. Last time I got this, my character was invisible during this. Okay, I'm visible. I think it's when he's walking into the bomb shop. He could get stuck walking into the door frame. have news. Tylen and I were married. Okay, I think we're good. So I'm going to go back to reading here. If no ending was achieved after testing the final input on all values of $00BB37, the best course of action is to go back to an earlier save state and change something prior to entering the room. Extremely subtle changes can have a tremendous impact on the progression of the glitch. For example, jumping or attacking before entering the room, opening the menu in a different spot, using an item, or fighting the boss differently. However, the exact mechanism by which the glitch produces the ending cutscene is still not fully understood. It is interesting to note that every game end glitch I have caused or observed has occurred in a specific time frame. The first full $00 through $17 cycle of $00BB37 after allowing the text box to open fully. I have generally been testing the cycle before and after that every time since the previous submission. While occasionally the same $00BB37 value seems to produce the same result, it does vary from cycle to cycle, and this timing may be relevant. You can alternately force the first dialog box open more quickly and achieve somewhat different results. This particular game end glitch appears identical to the previous submission, despite having a different setup in the last few rooms. I hope this will be enlightening to analyze. In order to reproduce it, I tried collecting varying amounts of health and finishing the fight differently, but in the end, a few jump attacks facing both left and right in the downstairs room happened to make it work. The jump attacking animation may be relevant. In the previous submission, I jump attacked the downstairs wall as a direct imitation of what I observed PJ do in the first game end glitch on record. In a previous SNES 9X file from last year, I got the warp after running out of health in the boss fight and finishing it with jump attacks. The original submission to TAS videos, however, does not follow this trend. In my professional opinion, after testing this for a year, for all practical intents and purposes, I'm saying it comes down to luck. Yeah, from what I was just reading, it says that that is the timer for the animation of the torches on the walls and like the flickering animation that they do. Which is kind of baffling. The torches flickering on the walls impact this game end glitch. Oh, and you're already talking above my pay grade. This is why whenever I like try to talk about this glitch, I either have to refer to the submission notes on TAS videos or someone else's comments and video descriptions on YouTube, because when it comes to the inner workings of video games, I do not know my ass from a hole in the ground. Um, the notes that I was just reading made it sound like the guy was using BizHawk. I think he was saying that the original TAS videos submission was done on SNES 9X, but the one that I was just reading off of made it sound like the guy was using BizHawk. Don't use that one because it always crashes for me. Yeah, man, I don't know. I've been using SNES 9X and various versions of SNES 9X for a long, long time by now. I'm pretty sure I started using SNES 9X, like, right after I stopped using ZSNES. And ZSNES is what I started on back in, like, 99 or 2000. We did it, man. I don't think the character name has anything to do with the glitch, but Kingbo Star is what I saw PJ using, because when he got his cartridge for this game, it had a save file on it named Kingbo Star, so he just decided to keep using that name for the game. SNES 9X 163 on my Steam Deck runs really well, but can't wall jump for shit without plugging in a SNES controller. He was a king among kings. He was a king among Kingbos. The Nth. I thought he had an animation where, like, he took out his sword and, like, pointed it upwards. Must be thinking of something else. Okay. So right before I get Super Metroid loaded up, I do want to get back to my save file here. That torch flickering animation. The timing on that torch flickering animation has something to do with this glitch. I should probably swap out my batteries. Oh dear, I don't know if any of those are still good. Oh shit, I only have one in here? What? Did one, like, roll out? Well, here's hoping it's this one. Rumble in the Bumble. God, I'm gonna need to buy a new... I have to buy a new pack of batteries soon. And right before I take my restroom break, I do want to pull out my hat, or my Halloween bucket. And it wants me to use Kirby. Second opinion? Richter. Let's go ahead and use Kirby. I'll at least let the demo run for the Goofy Ship version. But I will be right back. Okay. It's such a good Kirby sprite. Okay, but I don't want to use the one that has the Goofy Ship. I just need to make sure that I've got pre-existing save files. We do. Boyo. We are ready. Go ahead and hit my favorites button. And the Rainwave request line. Oh, let's move this song right the hell up. Oh, let's move this song right the hell up. We've got good stuff coming up on the request line. Fun luck, have good. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. race will begin. In 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I remembered to press A. Poyo. I have purple shoes. Oh, yeah. This is... Yeah, okay, this is Gundam Wing Endless Duel. There's a handful of Bandai games that all have this sound font. So it can be kind of tricky to tell which one is which. I was thinking this might be Ninja Warriors. But yeah, like Ninja Warriors, Gundam Wing Endless Duel, and I think both of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers games all have this sound font. And I absolutely love it. 4348. Not bad. One of these days I'll get a 44 again. Trying to remember if Gundam Wing Endless Duel was the first, like, actual Super Famicom game that I bought for myself. It was either that or Gokujo Parodius. I don't think I got those at the same time. Thought I got Gundam Wing Endless Duel later with a couple of other games, like either the Japanese versions of some of the RPGs that I have, or maybe with my copy of The Fireman. Should actually plug in my Super Nintendo this Christmas and play The Fireman on console. Also, I'm slightly surprised that there's not been, like, more firefighting video games. I was about to say I've never purchased an SNES game, but there was one. Oh god, I've got a shelf on my bookcase in the other room that has probably over 100 Super Nintendo games sitting on it. Not sure if you'd count it because it wasn't for me. See, this was back in the day when I gave a shit about playing games on console. Now it's for the unlikely case that someone gets a bug in their ass about people playing on emulators. I'm like, dude, I've got the cart in the other room. I just don't feel like plugging in my Super Nintendo. But the fact that I've gone for like 20 years without ever hearing about someone getting that bent out of shape about people playing on emulator tells me that it's not gonna happen. The window for that shit closed years ago. First video game purchase was GoldenEye and the N64 to play it. Hell yeah. That's the way to do it, man. I think the only console that I've got that I didn't like buy for myself is probably like some of the original Game Boys that I've still got kicking around. Because I had to repurchase a Game Boy Advance. Got Alcatraz. I had to buy a NES and an SNES. And to get another PS2 after the first one I got fucking bricked. Because it kept getting stuck in loading screens, so I dropped one of my steel-toed boots on it out of anger, and I cracked the housing, and it just like stopped working after that. It's like, well, shit. Which reminds me, last time my dad was in town, I got a chance to show off my, the classic mini consoles. So he was telling me about, an extended family member, for lack of more convenient phrasing. Boink boink. Yeah, someone came over to their house and brought one of the mini consoles with them. And so as my dad was telling me the story, I plopped both of them on the table right in front of him and was like, you mean these things, right? But I still need to hack those things. And I'm not sure if I have the right kind of USB cable for it. I think I do. Like, there's a handful of games that I want to put on the NES one. And then there's a bunch of my Super Metroid SRL ROMs. Maybe some of the arcade ROMs that I want to put on there. But honestly, I have so little motivation to actually mess around with those things because I already have the Wii. Technically, I have two. And I am more interested in getting other stuff to work on the Wiis as opposed to messing around with a completely different console. Hell yeah. Different Bandai game, same sound font. Basically, I need to actually plug in my second Wii and figure out how to get MAME up and running so I can fucking play arcade games. And mostly, I just want to know if I can ever get a setup working on either of my Wiis so that I can play Ninja Baseball Batman, which is just the wackiest little arcade game I've ever seen. Solid belt scroller beat 'em up by IREM. Everybody wants to talk about Konami having great arcade games. Capcom has some good ones. Bro, IREM has some of the most surprisingly good beat-em-ups and arcade games out there. Like, they have a beat-em-up for Hook that has no right being as good as it is. Surprisingly good. Because Hook is not the kind of IP that you would associate with belt scroller beat-em-ups, but it's a good one. I'd have to get a list in front of me to know what all IREM has done as far as arcade games are concerned, but I know about those two, and unfortunately, I can't get either of them to work on the version of MAME that I have on this Wii. And I think I need to read some packed-in README file in order to know how to get anything to work on the other Wii. I'd lose my shit if I could get Lucky and Wild to work on either one of these machines. Lucky and Wild might just be the most bonkers arcade game I've ever seen. Because it's a light gun game where you're also driving a car. So you're like steering the car with one hand and then shooting the light gun with the other hand. I think it's also got a two-player functionality where both players are shooting, but only one player is steering the car. So I don't think that they just have one player solely focused on driving the car. I think you've got to do both, or you're just shooting. Unless you do like a 2P, 1C kind of setup. And there's a couple other beat 'em ups that I've seen from Murphigator's backlog that I'd like to be able to play. Oh yeah. And 64 game that I bought almost exclusively for the soundtrack. Shit. It's great. Yellow Ice Beam. goes goes right with my yellow Kirby. Really, what I should do is I should either plug my PS2 back in, or should find out if the PS3 that I've got sitting here is actually backwards compatible or not. It'd be really fucking nice if it was, but you can never tell. Unless you can tell from like a version number or some serial number that's on the back of it, which would be convenient, but I'd have to look up if that's a thing or not. Probably just be easier to plug the dumb thing in and try putting in a disc. is I've kind of had an itch to play around with GTA San Andreas again. And I've got the Steam version, but unless I can get in there in some kind of controller settings and mess around with the dead zones on the control sticks, that game, like the car driving, feels like absolute trash. And I don't remember GTA on console feeling that slippery. It's like I've got my e-brakes on the whole fucking time. Every car in that game turns on a dime, standing on its edge. And really, I just want to do the dumb old thing that I've done in the past, where I start off at CJ's house, and then I make my way out to Las Venturas, and then I kill 10 Elvis impersonators, and then I try to make my way back without getting killed by the cops. And we got worst crabs. Shame since the clinic burned down. And we got 27% because Kirby doesn't know how to fucking shine spark in midair. Like, I had already stopped doing the inputs by the time he decided to start up the shine spark. So gee, thanks, little buddy. We did get a cheeky powerbomb drop from either that ghost or the atomic, so we are good to go for the ghost fight. That's round one. Slow mid. Slow mid. So I was just trying to remember exactly what my game list was when I bought my NES. Because I wanted to buy a whole bunch of lesser known games that I knew that I would never actually get around to playing if I had other options. You know? So I think the first 5 NES games that I got that day. I know I got Blaster Master and Magic of Scheherazade. I know I got Deadly Towers and Hydlide. But I'm trying to remember what the 5th one was. Because the used game store that I would go to had a deal where if you bought 5 things, you would get a 6th item for free. I know I got Shatterhand really early on, but I don't think that was one of the first ones that I got. And unfortunately, whoops. That's the ceiling. I still have the receipt for that purchase, just for personal record keeping. But it's such an old receipt that the writing, the text on it has completely faded away. So it is literally just a blank slip of paper now. But like, I really wanted to force myself to play Blaster Master, because it's a really cool game. It's just, if I have other games to play, then I'm not going to play that one. Because it is a long video game, and it's somewhat complicated. Fucking Hydlide, on the other hand, that was back when Feasel was still doing speedruns of that game somewhat regularly. So I actually had like a pretty good idea of how to play that. Never did end up getting a feel for Deadly Towers, though. I just think that game is fascinating. It's so much bigger and so much more complex than it has any right to be. And it's also far more difficult than it needs to be. There's like these dungeon segments in Deadly Towers, and the map layout of some of those dungeons is just needlessly ridiculous. Big dungeons just for the sake of having big dungeons. There's like not even any real good reason for exploring like 2/3 of any of those dungeons in that game. Just so funny. Just a bunch of content that people are gonna miss out on because there's no good reason to do it. Probably the one kind of funny story that I have about buying video games is I got myself a Japanese copy of Harvest Moon 64 because I really wanted to play that game at some point, and it just didn't cross my mind that I would ever find a US version of it. And then, like, maybe like a week later, I go into the used game store, and there's a fucking copy of Harvest Moon 64 US. And I was like, nope, I'm getting this. I don't care how much I have to spend. And I only had to spend like 30 or 40 bucks to get it, which is my upper range on used games, especially for the N64. So I think I only spent like 24 or 25 bucks to get Super Metroid. I'm pretty sure Kirby Superstar was right around the same price range. And I think Final Fantasy Mystic Quest might have been less than that. Maybe Final Fantasy IV might have been a little pricey, but and I'm trying to remember if my copy of Chrono Trigger is the one that I've had for years. Because I know my copy of FF6 is the one that I've had since I was a kid. Have a handful of Super Nintendo games from back in the day, but I still had to buy a whole bunch of them. Including my dirt cheap copy of Mother 2. Because I'll get the Super NES Mini for, 50 or 60 bucks. But I'm not spending more than that just for a single copy of one video game, which isn't even technically that impressive. Earthbound has a great sense of humor. It's got really good music, but it is not really anything more than like a goofy modern version of Dragon Quest. Mechanically speaking, Earthbound is nothing special. It's the story and it's the tone of the game that people like so much. Listen to anybody waffle on about Earthbound, and they will not once mention how the game is a mechanically superior role-playing game compared to anything else. My pick for the most mechanically impressive RPG on the Super Nintendo, has to be Mario RPG because of timed hits. Enemies having weaknesses to certain kinds of attacks or certain elements of magic had been done before. But I can't think of any other RPG on the Super Nintendo that had timed hits. Combine that with the fact that it's Mario in a game format that we hadn't seen before. Now, is Mario RPG my favorite RPG on the system? No. I like the game a whole lot. But my favorite RPG on the system is probably Chrono Trigger. It's kind of a toss-up anymore between Chrono Trigger and FF6. And depending on how much of a wise ass I feel like being, I could put Mystic Quest on that list as well. Even though you want to talk about an RPG that's not a technical masterpiece, Mystic Quest still had a lot of really good stuff going for it. And my knowledge of the item duplication in that game has only increased my enjoyment. Because it basically unlocks a whole new playstyle. Where you can just use as much magic as you want. You just have to dupe up a whole bunch of MP recovery items. And of course, the music in that game is phenomenal. In the hand. Get up. Excuse me. Oh, oh. I don't know if this is another Bandai game, but it has very similar sound font to what we heard from those earlier games. No, dude, you're dead. Quit pogoing. Hurry up and be dead. Be dead. That's right, Minecraft has music that I've never heard before. I need to take a look around on the modded version of Minecraft I have and see if I can find a couple of different mod packs. At least one that I've been seeing a YouTube series based on. Might be interesting. I kind of like those mod packs for Minecraft that just turn it into a factory sim. And then I like taking a bunch of those bullshit mods and playing those old super hostile adventure maps. Because that's completely balanced and what the map maker totally had in mind. Although, I have already streamed all but one, well, all but two of the super hostile maps that I really liked. Need to play with a mod pack where I make a nuclear reactor again. Those were always fun to try to figure out. But like, I've got this crazy old adventure map that I need to beat, but also I need to make a factory. Really, I think I just need for Satisfactory to go deep, deep sales. Give me that game for like $10, if that. It'd be a lot of fun to mess around with. Factorio is probably pretty cheap, especially if it's on sale. Should probably give that a look during the credits. Hey, Firebat taken first with a 47-21. GG. Nailed that jump. And after the very much appreciated gift from Insane Firebat of Dead Space 3, I can't really think of anything, at least on my Steam wish list, that I feel that strongly about getting anymore. Mostly because it's gotten to the point where I've had certain games for so long and they just have never been installed or played that I don't even remember about a lot of the stuff that I own. I have not checked it to see if it runs yet. I really need to. I need to make sure that I've got enough room on either my external hard drive or on the laptop itself. Because I did do some cleanup on the external the other day, and I still need to do more because I got a new SD card that should be able to hold maybe not games, but would definitely be able to hold some of like the TV shows and movies and other assorted videos that I've got on the external. Man, that dude played one hell of a game of catch up in order to get me. Into creating Mugen characters. It's something that I know I would never, ever have the patience for. But this one Mugen build I've been thinking of putting together um, is a bunch of like military style jet fighters, like the jet planes, and just watching these fucking jets jump around and punch and kick at each other might be hilarious. But I've yet to actually put it together. mostly just been messing around with trying to see how big of a Marvel or DC fighting game I can make. But I keep getting sidetracked by a million other different things. 56:08 for a dot time. It's gonna be like 58:15. I can go ahead and try to put a pin on the time. It's gonna be 58 something, teen. Flunk. Okay. Wasn't sure if I turned screw attack back on or not. Always better to check than to enter this room without it being on. Might be getting closer to 28:20 at this point. 28:20? 58:20? Get in, hit enter. 58:28. A little slower than I was initially thinking, but that's fine. Still a reasonable time for yours truly. And now that we got the Inspector Gadget music to come through, actually go ahead and clear out my request line. I need to see if I've got a spare game capture on here. I don't. But I will in a little bit. I love how I named this just... I didn't change the name of this, it's just Image. What is that? That's Spazer Crab. Okay. Just get that ready to go for when I am ready to go. Oh yeah, I've said I wanted to hop onto Steam real quick. Oh. No, it looks like Factorio is not on sale. There's a demo. Also, I have Factorio on my ignored games list. Strange. It's probably because I don't like watching YouTube videos of Factorio. I'd probably enjoy, like, actually playing it, but I don't know. Might have to download that demo. Might have to Deer Force! Thank you, Rainwave. I'll be coming back to you in a little bit. But for right now, we have something else we need to do. Oh, apparently my personal best is 37. I thought it was only 34. Oh, good, the game capture already gets it. Let's be more specific about it, though. Or not? There it is. So this is already kind of loud. It's going to be even louder when I actually get into the game. At least going to turn it down a little bit on my end, but I'm also going to take a quick stretch and a quick restroom break before I get going on this. So I'll be right back. All right. Hey there, Noah Mac Knife. Thank you for the GG. Race number 2 will be in just under an hour. But in the meantime, I'm going to play this delightful little game that I'm pretty sure is still on sale on Steam for like 50 cents. Okay. Here we go. Oh god. No, god. Well, this is a new record already. Oh, right at the edge of the screen, it got me. Oh my god. That's my volume button. Let's try to not lean on that. Yeah, it's my first time getting over 40. New personal best. But I need 100. So we're not even halfway there yet. I'm really surprised it didn't kill me there. I was drifting up too much. Oh, God. probably play this with a keyboard. I feel like I drift a little bit too much with the stick. In most games I play, that's not really that much of an issue. Your, like, route recognition needs to be really good in this game. Standing directly on that saw blade, and I didn't die somehow. I was still going up from the last screen. That rate of improvement, you'll have it in no time. Man, I wish it worked that way with this game. You played with keyboard? Yeah, I bet it's a little bit easier. Playing this makes me anxious. This game is so nerve-wracking, but it's such an adrenaline rush at the same time. And the constantly evolving soundtrack. Definitely adds some good flavor here. Head directly in the saw blade. Don't worry, this is fine. This game just has so much atmosphere to it. It is, mechanically speaking, a very simple video game. But it is just captivating to me. Okay. Where am I going? New best. Oh, baby. We're in there. That's an achievement. $66. This is fine. GG. Oh my god. Need to get the heebie-jeebies out of my system for a second. Whew. And away we go. Man, I thought I got that one. I should have gone down to the left. I'm surprised it didn't kill me on that one. Yeah. Nope. Go up. Oh, God. They keep getting me, like, right on the edges of the screen. Did you ever beat the first TTV? I did not. As a matter of fact, 68 on this one is the best I've done in any of the TTV games. Yeah, dude, same. There's so many moments where I'm like, okay, if this was a different run, the game definitely would have killed me in that spot. I don't know where my little guy's hitbox is, and I don't know where the hitboxes for the walls and the buzzsaws are. But it's a little deceptive. And the fact that it's such a quick reset, you know, it just drops you right back on the title screen. And then it's just one button and you're right back into it. And you really just have to stop moving right at that screen transition. Otherwise, you will end up in a wall. Yeah, yep. Of course, one of the big things I love about this game, all four of these games actually, is just how visually simple it is. You can tell exactly what's going on, and it doesn't need to be in HD. Ah. Ooh. Yeah, the D-pad doesn't work in this. As you can see on the controls, it specifically calls for the left stick. Easily one of the most intense games that I play. Buzzsaw should have gotten me in that last room. Spikes should have gotten me in that last room. I was completely in the wall there. That's it, dude. Holy shit. We fucking did it. Oh. Oh my god. Done did it. 3.1% of all players have beaten this game. Feel the raw naked GG of the road. Thanks for the GGs, guys. Oh my god, that is so fucking intense. I'm really thankful that I got a good couple of rooms there that were just like back-to-back repeats. And I'm gonna have to do a frame by frame of whatever the hell that little animation was at the ending. Oh, oh my god. Where's my notebook? Need to document the fact that I just fucking beat this game. As soon as my fucking hand stops shaking first. Otherwise, my printing is going to look like cursive. Fuck yes, dude. Deep breaths. All right, my guy. You have yourself a good night. Thank you for the good luck. Although I sure hope I didn't just use it all up playing this, but yeah, we should be good. Oh my god. Open up that Steam page. I have played 100 minutes of this game, and it feels like so much more. The thing at the ending looks like a dude pulling a plug out of his head. What the fuck? There's trading cards in this game? And it's all just walls of vines? I mean, only 10.6% of all players have even gotten out of room one. So that just tells me that not a lot of people play this. Which is unfortunate. This game is awesome. Oh, that's louder. Not showing up in my window list. Okay, there it is. So this is the original. I am keeping an eye on my time. But I at least wanted to check what my personal best was in this one. As you can see, very similar. I'm actually not sure if we have buzzsaws. It might just be the vines and the gears. I mean, I haven't seen any buzzsaws yet. Didn't see that wall of thorns in my face either. But as you can see, my little guy doesn't have a giant eyeball for a head. It's really the biggest difference. Besides the music, of course. Yeah, I don't know why it got me that time. And that's why you have to let go of the stick between screens. All right. What about the third one? Oh, I've apparently done better on the third one than I thought I did. Or not? Hold on, before I get going on this. I have 5 out of 6 achievements for this game. I've made it to at least level 66 in this. Apparently. I don't remember doing that well in it, but there's the guy picking the plug back up to jam it right back into his head. Nice. I feel like my guy's a little faster. So we've got some new background colors. Almost got to 22. Didn't see where I was, and then I moved. Yeah, I'm thinking it might just be uh, my previous computer, even though it's still the same Steam account. So yeah, it's always... The first room is always the same, but then it picks the other ones from the list at random. Oh boy. That one's gotten me a couple times. And of course, now we need to go with the fourth one for a little bit. Maybe. There we go. Oh, my controller is not working. There we go. My guy is definitely smaller. Feels like this game might be in a higher resolution than the other ones. And yeah, the music mixing up between the rooms is one of my favorite features of these games. Because it's like the soundtrack is constantly evolving based on your progress. It's just, oh god, I like the bits and pieces that you get in TTV2 the best out of all of these games. Where am I going? I'm noticing that the spike walls are looking less pixely. It definitely seems like my guy is smaller. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Only got 22. But I need to start getting things lined up for Super Metroid. Where does this put me in terms of global achievements? 51.2. So more people have beaten, well, a higher percentage of people have beaten this one than the second one. Yeah, but that is the Trip to Vinelands series. and you can get all four of those games for $2 because they're 50 cents a piece. Can't really go wrong with 50 cents for a video game. Nope, I'm still in the old race channel. Now I'm in the new race channel. Oh. So I think the last time I had played TTV 3 or 4 had definitely been a couple years. TTV 4, I think last time I played it was 2023, is what it said. But now I've played them all here tonight. And even managed to beat one, yeah. I am going to be highlighting that run. Putting it up on YouTube as its own clip. Oh, it's Telemorph. You know what? Where's my hat? Infinity. Second opinion? Maria. Oh, we can be the robots. Might have to bounce around between ROMs if I don't like the colors, but what else is new? Oh boy. I am still pretty stoked that I beat TTV 2. I'm already not feeling these gravity suit colors. What the hell? These are the same colors. What the hell? These are the same colors. Okay, these are slightly different. Probably just gonna have to go with this one. All right, I will be right back. All right. After TTV, Super Metroid should be easy peasy, right? Good luck, fun. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Robots. Jump button. 3891. Old Undertale music. Excuse me. I think one of the things that I really like about the TTV games is it uses like the same part of your brain as like playing either like SM Arcade or Route Randomizer, where you have to like real quickly think to yourself or remember how to get through a certain room, and you never know which one you're going to get next. So that kind of quick thinking, quick decision making is something that I really like in those games, as well as in a lot of randomizers. To a lesser extent, I'd say like the Mario 3 randomizer falls into that same category. Because you never know which level you're gonna get with the way that I play it. Arcade on arcade mode time attack. Yeah, that's probably even more like it. because you have got to be quick. And you've got to know where to go and what to do when you get there. But yeah, it's that same kind of deal. Where you've got to think quick and you've got to act quick. And I also, play a lot of other games that have a fair amount of strategy involved and a lot of more arduous decision making. 100 rooms in, you never know when that rocket crab is coming. Compared to another game I've been playing a lot lately, which is the FF1 Pixel Remaster, you literally have all day to figure out what you're doing in battles because of how that battle system works in FF1, where it's not like an active time meter that fills up like it is in like Final Fantasy 4 or 5 or 6. I bonked. I think that's one of the reasons I like FF1 as much as I do now, is it is mechanically a lot simpler than the other Final Fantasy games that I'm familiar with. I'm not really a fan of the magic system in that game, where you only get like a limited number of casts of a particular level of spell. I'd rather have just a general MP pool. Also, felt a little bit like a dummy after I beat FF1 the first time. Because I completely forgot to get the most powerful black magic in the game, which is the nuke spell. In Pixel Remaster, it's Flare. But it's in one of the last towns of the game, and it's like, it's noticeably removed from the town. Like the magic shops are like way off on the right outside of the city walls. And I didn't look up where it was. So I ended up fighting the final boss without the strongest black magic in the game, which did not do me any favors. The thing that did do me some favors was the final boss himself, because he decided to not cast haste on himself. And like I was saying in Discord, haste does bad things in FF1. Because again, like a normal attack command will do like anywhere between 5 and 8 hits. Just because that's how it worked. But with haste, that number shoots up to like 12 hits. So you end up doing massive damage. And then you've also got a couple other stat boosting spells that will raise your attack power even further. And you just stack all that shit on top of itself. I think you can also stack the haste spell. I haven't actually tried it, but I seem to remember that being a thing. The thing that really changes how you play is there's lots of items in FF1 that are like free use magic items. Like the Zeus gauntlets. Anytime you use those gauntlets in battle, it does like the level 2 lightning spell, which targets all enemies. And again, it's free to use. You don't break the item. They still have stuff like that in at least up to Final Fantasy IV. But I know, like in FF6, yeah, there's items that can do that, but you end up breaking the item. It's only like a single-use thing. So I ended up getting a couple items that would cast like the second tier healing spell on the whole party. Had my white mage use that every turn. And then my black mage would use right up his nose. He'd use this other item that I found that would cast Scourge, which is some kind of percent-based instant death attack on the entire enemy party. So I have my two fighters dealing massive physical damage. White mage is healing every single turn. Not necessarily healing for a large amount of health, but when you're doing it every turn, you know, it only takes a couple battles, and then next thing you know, your party's back at full health. And then the black mage comes in with Scourge and just cleans shit up. Then I was so close to completing the bestiary that I just decided to run around after I beat the game just to find the ones I was missing, because I was only missing like 3 or 4. And one of those enemies that I missed in the initial playthrough was Warmack. He was one of the more infamous enemies in Final Fantasy 1. Just because he is super resistant to basically all magic, all status effects, all everything. And he does boatloads of damage. He's got like 2,000 health. It's one of the strongest regular enemies in the entire game. And he only appears in one place. It's in the Sky Temple right before the 4th big boss. There's like this narrow, one tile wide walkway that you have to go down to get to the fourth boss. And he's on that bridge. Honestly, I had more difficulty playing that dumb sliding tile game with the numbers. Because I've played like a physical version of that game before, where instead of numbers and you have to put them all in the right order, it was a picture that had been jumbled up, and you had to slide all the pieces of the picture back into place. And the picture that I posted on Discord of that was me after I had beaten that and had all the numbers in order. Otherwise, like I said, they're all jumbled up and you have to figure out how to get them all into the right place. The funny thing that I didn't know, I also mentioned on Discord, apparently that game is in every version of FF1. And it's something that I didn't even know existed until I was basically done with the Pixel remaster. Because there is no way you could accidentally stumble upon that game. And I think it was, you have to be in the boat, hold the A button, and then press the B button 55 times. Like, you would never think to just try that. So secrets like that in video games are fine. Like a string of actions that you would never ever think to do accidentally or in the course of normal gameplay. Also, the other thing I didn't really realize about the Pixel remasters is apparently you can turn off random encounters. You can also greatly mess around with the amount of gold and XP that you get, which is nice. I think you can go up to either 3 or 4 times experience in gold. You can also go down to either half or 0. Give me that level 1 challenge run. Really not sure how that would work in some of those games. Right now, I've got a save file going in Final Fantasy IV. I'm looking to finally beat that one after all this time. Because I've been playing Final Fantasy IV off and on since I was a real young kid. However old I was when it came out in the early 90s. I wasn't even 10 yet the first time I played that game. And anytime I've ever even come close to the ending of Final Fantasy IV, I'm either playing on somebody else's save file, or I was using like a character trainer, like a third-party program. That's how I beat Final Fantasy V as well. First one of those games I ever managed to beat on my own was FF6. And we got okay crabs. But yeah, we've also already got a second playthrough of FF1 in progress as well. Just using all the characters that I didn't use in the first one. I don't know what the gimmick would be for a third playthrough. Maybe if I had like all white mages or something. All white mages would kind of suck because no one can learn haste. But I mean, with the experience multiplier and with, you know, grinding, pretty much all the party builds get pretty strong by the end. And we got the fast. Give me another fast. He didn't give me another fast. What a jerk. Yeah, fast, slow. And he might be coming in a little too hot. Unless those hit him off screen. And they did. Nice. Now give me your lunch money. After I get done with FF4, I'm not really sure which one I want to try next. I do want to play through all of them eventually. I think I might just crank the experience multiplier through the roof and give 2 a shot. I've played a little bit of FF2 in the past. I think it was on the Game Boy Advance version. It's, what, Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, I think? It was FF1 and 2. And I've also got the 3D remasters for FF3 and FF4. I guess FF4 After Years is technically a thing. I don't know, after I'm done with 4, I might have to just pick a different RPG for a little bit. Actually try playing some of this shit that I have on PS2 that's just sitting in the other room. Shame that we didn't get a pixel remaster of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. But that's because it's not technically a Final Fantasy game. I think just about everywhere else that game was released, it was just called Mystic Quest Legend. Mystic Quest Legends. Not sure if the legend is plural or not in that title, but I think it was only a Final Fantasy game in America where we don't know how to count when it comes to those games. And there are still, like, a handful of RPGs that I've got in my Steam library that I have just not played in a long, long time. And then there's some that I'm almost positive will not run on my laptop, because they are massive games, and they are very pretty. I'm looking at you, Might and Magic 10. And I think of something a bit more obscure like Paper Sorcerer. Got that same kind of dungeon crawling element to it, but with a unique, like, monochromatic graphic style to it that I really like. think it's another one of those games where I just need to sit down with it and be like, okay, how do I actually play this game and do it well enough to actually make progress and not shit myself during every single enemy encounter. Oh yeah. And then if I ever feel like reading for an entire video game, I can always play another Ace Attorney game. No, Telemorph. Dang, dude, there go my chances of getting third place. Bad Dragon. Three Musketeers after Ridley gave almost no energy drops. Man. RNG is a bitch. And a mean one at that. I had to jump up and catch that one. Could have gone better. Why is the name of this song Cayenne? That's not that character's name. Maybe it is in the Japanese version. Actually, it depends. The next kind of big game I play depends on how much I want to move my dumb little end table that I use for my mouse. Which, you know, I'd have to move it less than a foot. That generally means that I need to find somewhere else to put any drink that I'd be having. Because I have not spilled many drinks in this apartment. But the couple of times I did was when the table was closer to my chair and I just didn't think about it as I swiveled, or I tried to get my legs past it. Thankfully, it's never been anything like dark. You know, no like fruit juices or anything. Did I get this guy? I did. So if I'm willing to readjust my setup a little bit and play something more mouse-driven, I do have a character in Torchlight 2 that I haven't played in a little while. And technically, I think I also have Torchlight 1 and 3. It's mostly just because I'm lazy and like just using my controller to play games. I could use Joy to Key and just map mouse movements onto my controllers. That might just be a dumb idea, though. I mean, for something like the Shadowrun games, that might not be, like, the worst idea. It's because those games are turn-based. I actually kind of want to boot up, what was it, Dragonfall again. The second Shadowrun game. And play through the SNES version, the remake of the SNES version. I don't know how complete that is. I've never gotten close to the end of that version. Now, the actual Super Nintendo version of Shadowrun, only ever beat that game once, but my god. What a fucking adventure it was. I just really wish that the Matrix segments were more like the Genesis version. Also wish the SNES version was at least as open as the Genesis one, where you can actually be a Shadowrunner. You can actually take missions and go on extractions or go on Matrix runs. And get paid for doing shadow work. That was easily my favorite part of that game. But like just about everything besides the Matrix and then actually getting runs to do, I feel like I like the Super Nintendo version so much better. Speaking of games with guns. Another one of the levels in this game that I was particularly comfy with. Get back down here and die. also think I need to free up some room in the computer or in the hard drive and try out a couple games. See if I can even get them to play on my laptop. I really just need another external hard drive. That's going to be the least expensive way to solve the issue. The actual way to solve the issue is to get a gaming PC. But there's the little issue of not having a fucking $1,000 to throw around. There's Firebat with a 46-32, taken first. GG. Miss Baby Skip on -20 pace. Damn. That sucks. I'm trying to remember if it was, hell's that game called? Subnautica? I'm trying to think if it was either that or Astroneer that I tried to play on this laptop, and it was just not having fucking any of it. Would have PB'd by 18 seconds. Damn, dude. That feels bad. I feel like I said this last week when this song came on, but I need to look up what the hell this game is. This game, Tearaway. It looks like the album art here looks like something that I've seen before, and not just on Rainwave. I feel like it's a game that I saw in... probably would have been Game Informer. I want to say it was like... it's some manner of Xbox game, I want to say. I don't know if it would have been Xbox 360 or Xbox One. It's got nice music, though. I know that much. Also got a bunch of RPG Maker trash that I need to sift through at some point. Every once in a while, I'll get something that I actually appreciate coming out of RPG Maker. There's that one game that I played years ago called Gray Fox. and it's more of a visual novel than an RPG. But it had some good moments to it. Like the one crazy lady that you got to play as for a little bit, who stopped taking her medicine and all of a sudden she started seeing Santa Claus all over town. It was really kind of funny. It's just like, why is there Santa? Why are there Santas? And every time I've been booting up Steam lately, or at least going to my library page, I'm constantly reminded of the fact that I got The Sims 4 for free, because it's free. So at some point I should see what The Sims 4 is all about, because I really liked the original. It was one of the first games that I like really got into like light modding for the game. Not like going in and changing item functionality or anything like that. No, it's mostly just like downloading character skins. You know, there's the fact that you've got to download these things and you've got to put them in the right folder, and then light modding, like Minecraft. Anything where modding the game is simply just dragging and dropping files into a folder, I'm into that kind of modding. See Skyrim. And I think modding Oblivion might even be that simple as well. But the stuff that I downloaded, like all the folders are either named incorrectly or not necessarily misspelled, but I can't just drag and drop stuff. And maybe it's because I'm stupid. It's like they're telling me to push the any key, and I can't find the any key, and I can't get into this Zebetite. Good snipe. Ah, baby needs to be dead already. She almost held that. Okay. We are on the verge of beating a video game again. 5641. Yuck. This might be a 59. Probably would have been a lot closer to my time from the 9 if I could have gotten through that fucking Zebetite first try. Boing. Got it. Get me out of here. Hey, 5851. GG. Oh, hit the dry spot. It's a very dry erase marker. Boy, this 8 is giving me problems. First time it hit the dry patch, the second time I lifted too soon. Now I made a fucking hourglass. Somehow almost like perfectly flat on the top and bottom. Whatever. It's gonna have to do for a week. Get some points, get deeper in the green. Frame the frames. No, I hit the button instead of clicking the wheel. Yep, I netted 6 points tonight. So I'm still at 25, but I'm at 499 points. Can't get any higher than that without being over 500. Or I guess right at it. No way I'm gonna be catching the guys I'm racing with tonight, though. Up in the fucking 700s. Air Force! And no one's catching Behemoth unless they just start taking points away from him. I'll take it, man. Some weeks I feel like I have to say it was just not my night for video games. Tonight was a good night for video games. We did it! And no dropped frames either. Nice. Oh my god. So that wraps up another week of gaming on video. As always, ow. As always, neck pops. Oh god. And not even like the solid kind of neck pop that makes you feel better. Like the crunchy, tingly kind that you usually only get by accident. Anyways. Big thank you to Ponk for hanging out with some more Vampire Survivors. According to my proposition, next week is going to be the last week for Vampire Survivors. So in 2 weeks, we will be moving on to something else. Ponk seems pretty determined to try out Split Fiction with me. I think that game won't run on my laptop. Even a remote play of it. I just don't think it's gonna work. I think it's too pretty of a game. It's far too big and far too fancy. But we're gonna give it a shot. But yeah, next week we're gonna hopefully close out the Ode to Castlevania content, which has been a lot of fun, not gonna lie. And of course, a big thank you goes out to Insane Firebat and Tillimorph for hanging out with some Super Metroid here tonight. Always, always, always a lot of fun. And a big thank you to the guy that made Trip to Vinelands. I can once again never know how to say this guy's last name, whether it's Machado or McAdoo. He knows who he is. Thank you for making those video games. I enjoy them greatly. And for everybody else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, and I will catch you next time. See ya!